Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Call to order. Ms. Malley?
Here.
Dr. Chris?
Here.
Mr. Egger?
Here.
Mr. Fuentes?
Here.
And I, Laura, am here. Do we have any public comments?
No.
Okay. Now we adjourn to closed session. It is recommended to adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved. Second.
Okay, great. Thank you. We will now adjourn to closed session at 4:32 p.m. Okay, we will now reconvene to open session. During its recently concluded closed session, the board voted to make employees 1997-0366 and 1997-0365 whole. The vote was unanimous. Now moving on to the flag salute, we got Miss Malley.
I would like to invite Anai Edwards from Cato Middle School up to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. Before Anai starts, I would like to share some kind words that the Cato staff have shared with me. Anai is an outstanding student who consistently demonstrates leadership, dedication, and integrity in all that she does. She approaches her academic work with diligence and optimism, gives her best effort on every assignment, and receives feedback thoughtfully. A positive and dependable presence, Anai contributes meaningfully to a strong classroom culture, supports her peers, and leads by example both in words and actions. Her influence extends beyond the classroom through her involvement on campus in the community, including work on the basketball court and her active role in improving the school experience for others. Notably, she has taken initiative in planning a district BSU conference, reflecting her commitment to advocacy, collaboration, and student leadership. Anai embodies the value and culture of Cato Middle School to be a Cavalier and truly defines what it means to have Cato vibes. We are proud of the impact that she continues to make. Anai, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand, put your right hand over your heart, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, and can you come please join us for a picture?
Oh yeah, I know this batch is. And Mom, we'd like for her to join us. Moving on to C3, Emerson Middle School Choir. Now I have the honor of introducing the Emerson Middle School Choir under the direction of Miss Kenny Shea. The students will be performing a selection in honor of Black History Month. Please welcome the Emerson Middle School Choir.
would like now, I would like,
My mic's off.
They have another song. No, we're gonna take a picture with them. Don't leave.
Should we invite him up here?
Or do you want us to just go join them there? I don't know. Should we ask Martine? Should we move them back or should we move forward?
Okay.
You wanna come on this side? Yes.
Bravo.
Okay, moving on to recognition of students for first place honors at the BCSD Spelling Bee. Mr. Mike Stone.
Thank you, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar Fort, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to recognize Mrs. Orozco will be taking a photo with these two students who were the first place winners at our district spelling bee. We have so many schools, we do 2 nights, and the Region 1 winner is Julia Moses from Franklin Elementary. Congratulations, Julia. Our Region 2 winner this year in first place, Hayden Allen from Downtown School.
We're gonna have a invite everyone to take a picture.
Oh, Monday.
Can we have the parents come up here and join us, please? And family? Do you have a sibling? Please. You're very welcome. Congratulations. No, you're fine. Moving on to number 5, recognition of BCSD student overall winners for the Nutrition Services Department Junior Chef Competition. And Miss Sherry Gladden.
All right, tonight we have the pleasure of honoring and awarding 2 of our champions of one of our newest competitions in the district, our Junior Chef competition. Before I invite the students up to receive their award, Bobby Griffin, our Assistant Director of Nutrition Services, is going to share a little bit about the competition and what made these two our winners. And we also have a brief video clip to share.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bud. Good evening, district representatives, member of the board, community members, and families. It's my pleasure to recognize these two outstanding students who were selected for the overall breakfast and lunch winners of this year's Junior Chef competition. I'd like to extend a special thanks to Mr. Eager for being one of our judges this year. It was nice to have you out there and be one of our judges. We've had a couple board members in the past, and so where it was like you guys having out for our competitions. This year, there were 16 students selected from across the district of over 250 recipe submissions. Those 16 represented kindergarten through 8th grade, 2 in each of those categories. There were 9 breakfast, 9 lunch. It was held at Stern Middle School, and each student was accompanied by one family member. They were given an hour to prepare, cook, and plate their recipe for the judges, and they were judged on taste, nutritional value, creativity, and presentation. All the students did an exceptional job demonstrating impressive culinary skills, creativity, and commitment to healthy cooking. So we have a little video for you.
We started this about 3 years ago. We started this Junior Chef competition. We're really trying to get our students and our families involved in the menu items that we have here at Bakersfield City School District.
There you go. Ooh, it scared me a little bit. I'm super excited. But I like the taste of the food that was up to me.
It's amazing, man. It's the first time ever. Hopefully we win, write a cookbook, and make a lot of money.
So it's my honor to present the overall breakfast winner. So Maverick Heron, who presented us a delicious breakfast casserole. And in our lunch category, Lorenzo Martinez, who impressed the judges with his homemade veggie raviolis. So congratulations to both of these students. Their recipes will be on our April menu. So our breakfast recipe and our lunch recipe will remake their menus for all the students in our April menu.
Anthony, you want to get on the other side to the left side?
Can we please have the parents join us?
Oh, the parents.
Yes. Friend.
Sorry.
Oh, yes. You know, they learn to cook. Their sister. That's how it is. You want to bring the sibling? Come on. Thank you. Number 6, public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Madam President, may I make a motion?
I'm sorry?
May I make a motion?
Yes.
I move to extend our public comment to make allowances for all the public comments on CSEA contract to be heard.
I second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes?
I was gonna pass that to Andrea for the wording.
Okay. To our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the forms provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. During special meetings, public comment is limited to the items on the agenda. A nuestros visitantes, los miembros del público pueden solicitar que se incluyan temas en la agenda de cualquier reunión ordinaria de la Junta de Educación. Los temas deben estar directamente relacionados con los asuntos del distrito escolar. Los temas colocados en la agenda por el público serán para información y discusión para que la Junta de Educación pueda conocer las opiniones de la comunidad. Las personas pueden dirigirse a la Junta de Educación completando los formularios proporcionados en la puerta y entregándolos a la asistente administrativa antes del inicio de la reunión. Para llevar a cabo una reunión eficiente, la Junta de Educación no puede responder preguntas ni comentarios a los asistentes. Durante las reuniones especiales, los comentarios del público se limitan a los temas de la agenda. And first, I would like to invite Kurt Lanning up to the podium.
Good evening, President, trustees, and superintendent. I'm going to apologize in advance, old man, old eyes. My name is Kurt Lanning. To my students, I am Mr. Lanning, Mr. L, or often Grandpa. To the district, I am employee number 0021010098. I am a disabled veteran of 10 years service. I have worked in law enforcement, financial counseling, and administration. But the greatest honor of my professional career has been 26 years as a special education teacher. I have served both as educator and administrator, and I can say with certainty that the educator has been the greatest responsibility in this system. Yet, too often receives the least recognition and support. Without teachers, there is no instruction, no stability, no success for students. That is why I struggle to reconcile recent decisions approving maximum compensation increases for board members while professionals working directly with the students on a daily basis receive the minimal in raises that do not even keep pace with current cost of living. You often say that you are here for the students. If that is true, then compensation and working conditions should reflect that communication or that commitment. By valuing the educators and the staff who serve those children every single day. I also want to briefly explain why these decisions matter deeply to my family and me. During the 24-25 school year, my wife was injured on the job while working at Pioneer. Following the injury, instead of experiencing support and due process, she was repeatedly called into administrative meetings to respond to unsubstantiated and hearsay-based concerns. When she attempted to defend herself, those efforts
Mr.
were-
Lanning, excuse me, can you please bring your comments to a closure? Your time is up.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and end there. You have a responsibility and the ability to do better. And I apologize, but I have to go home and take care of my wife. Let's give you my jacket, please.
I would like to invite Ms. Kathy Kozlowski.
Good evening, Dr. Aguilera Fort, board members, administrators. My name is Kathy Kozlowski. I'm a second grade teacher at Franklin Elementary. I've been teaching in BCSD for 39 years, 37 of them at Franklin in room 15. No, I've never moved rooms at Franklin. I've loved my years at Franklin, particularly because of the trees, the grass, and the flowers around the campus. We have been able to plant rose bushes, bulbs, and seeds in the area around my room. However, this past year, we have had a lot of problems with the maintenance or the groundskeeping. They are mowing down the grass. It's just mud. And this past year, my daffodils, which were in back of my room, which my students planted, they were about 12 inches tall. They were mowed down by the lawnmowers. They were obviously plants, or they had blooms. My students were very upset. I calmed them down and said, we would plant them again. And I was very pleased when a few weeks later, more plants sprouted back up because they were bulbs. And my students were very excited to see the new plants growing. Every day, a different student has the honor of getting to water the plants. And they would come in and they would say, oh, they're growing, they're growing. My students noticed them growing back and they were very excited. However, once again, the plants were mowed down by the lawnmowers. They were obviously flowers and they were not weeds. They were well off the grass. The students were really upset again. I calmed them down and they have not, the students have, or the plants have not grown back. If we can have some kind of help with the groundskeepers so that they can know, what are flowers and what is grass and not to mow down the flowers, I would appreciate it. And thank you very much. And just thank you for being here.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ms. Petra Villanueva. Maria, can I please have you come up and translate? Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everybody.
Mi nombre es Petra Villanueva y represento a la escuela Mount Vernon.
My name is Petra Villanueva. I represent Mount Vernon Elementary.
Y traigo varios puntos a tratar.
I'm here to touch a few points.
El primero es que nosotros los hispanos nos gustaría tener una academia.
The first is we Hispanics would like to have an academy.
Así como tienen los nuestras personas africanas.
Just like our African American people have.
Ya que estamos viendo que ellos están aprovechando muy bien su academia.
Because we see they're taking good advantage of their academy.
Y nosotros también como hispanos creemos que tenemos la oportunidad de poder tener una academia como esa?
We as Hispanics think we should have the opportunity to have an academy such as that. There's
Otro punto que quiero tratar es acerca de que tenemos que tener el plan de prevención
another point I want to touch is about having a prevention plan
acerca de las pandillas y drogas dentro de la escuela.
regarding gangs and drugs within the school grounds.
Estamos viendo que ese mal está creciendo a pasos agigantados.
We see it is growing at giant steps.
No sabemos si es por el medio ambiente donde están nuestras escuelas
We don't know if it's the climate where our schools are located
o si es por falta de personal que se dedique a revisar constantemente
or due to lack of staffing that will dedicate to supervise constantly
a nuestros estudiantes y principalmente a aquellos que son sospechosos de traer
to our students and especially those who are suspicious of bringing
dentro de la escuela.
within the school.
Una revisión a fondo
To do a deep search
y evitar que más estudiantes estén involucrados en este problema.
and prevent more students to get involved in this problem.
El tercer punto que quisiera tratar y que me llamó mucho la atención
The third point I would like to discuss and that called my attention
fue cuando se trató dentro de la Junta de los Afroamericanos
it was something discussed in the African American meeting
acerca del programa migrante.
regarding the migrant program.
Espero que haya quedado muy claro lo que la señora Laura aquí presente aclaró sobre ese programa.
I hope that it was very clear what Miss Laura here present made clear during that meeting.
Que ese programa no pueden, sus fondos no pueden ser movidos de ninguna forma,
That the funds for the program cannot be moved in any way,
ya que ese programa esté estipulado del gobierno federal
since that program is funded by the federal government.
y esos fondos no pueden ser tocados para otro grupo que no sea el programa migrante.
Those funds cannot be touched for any other group that is not the migrant program,
Ya que se habló de que porque ese grupo tiene muchos beneficios,
since it was discussed that that group has many benefits.
pero esos beneficios los vemos en las ciudades grandes, pero en las ciudades chicas, la verdad, esos muchachitos lo necesitan mucho más.
But we see those benefits in big cities, but in small cities, the children really need it more
Ya que sus padres van siguiendo las cosechas
because their parents are just traveling with the harvest.
y es el único beneficio que pueden tener ellos con este programa.
And this is the only benefit they can have with this program.
También necesitamos el programa de mentores.
We also need the mentoring program.
Es muy importante para nosotros los padres tener un programa de mentores.
For us parents, it is very important to have a mentoring program.
Anteriormente creo que lo tuvieron en este distrito,
Previously, I think the district had it,
pero no sé cuál fue la razón por la que se dijo bye bye.
I don't know the reason why they said bye-bye to it.
Y quisiéramos ver que nos lo regresen otra vez. Y
And
por
we would
último,
like to see it brought back. And lastly,
quisiera hacer mención de que nos gustaría que ya que reconocen mucho a muchos maestros y todo,
we would like to mention, since we see that you do recognition to many teachers,
nos reconocieran por lo menos a una persona de la Mount Vernon,
we would like to see at least one person recognized from Mount Vernon.
al bibliotecario de nuestra escuela, que es un hombre que trabaja bien duro con los estudiantes y con los padres.
The librarian at our school, that is a man that works very hard with the students and the parents.
Y que también reconozcan cada escuela a las madres que son de la comunidad, que no tienen estudiantes, no tienen nietos, no tienen hijos.
Señora
That we
Villanueva, si puede traer sus comentarios a una conclusión, por
Sí,
favor.
y nada más lo que quiero es llevarle el nombre de nuestro bibliotecario para ver si es posible que no lo reconozcan.
To take in consideration the
Ms.
mothers
Orozco,
that
can you
are
please?
communities, they don't have students or grandchildren, and to keep in mind the librarian.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Up next, we have Ms. Kamisha McGee.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Kamisha McGee. I have worked for this district since 2012, and I have been a lead school bus driver since 2018. I'm here regarding the proposed elimination of the lead driver position. Lead drivers do not have assigned routes. We do not have assigned routes. That allows us to immediately step in when we are short on drivers. Just yesterday, we were so short that all lead drivers had to drive routes. When that wasn't enough, our trainers and dispatchers had to stop their regular duties to drive buses as well. Lead drivers prevent that kind of disruption. We prevent it. We help keep operations stable, and we help keep students safe, especially during driver shortages. We are already struggling with driver retention. Many drivers leave for neighboring districts that offer higher pay and more hours. Eliminating the lead positions and reducing compensation may make retention even more difficult, which can increase staffing shortages. On a personal level, this change would also mean a pay reduction that affects our families and our retirement after many years of service. We respectfully ask the board to reconsider eliminating the lead driver position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we have Ms. Talisha Brookfield.
Good evening, board member and superintendent, fellow staff and parents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Talisha Brookfield, and I have been a bus driver with Bakersfield City for 28 years. 8 of those years I have been a lead bus driver. I am here to ask you to reconsider eliminating the lead bus driver position. We are needed. Our duties as lead bus drivers goes beyond just driving a route. We are here for whatever is needed. We ensure that drivers have buses to drive when their buses are out of service. We make sure sub monitors get on the correct bus. We maintain the cleanliness of our fleet inside and out. We pick up any slack and miss duties. We keep inventory of personal protection equipment. We maintain and stock the gas pumps and clean it. We are here for driver and bus monitor support. We clean the bathrooms. We make sure drivers and monitors have needed supplies. And we drive routes when needed. And lately, it's been needed every day. I have been on a route since the first day of school. And previous years, I've probably driven twice a month, maybe. This year, I'm driving every day. Today, we had 18 drivers out. The other day, we had 27 drivers out. Previous days, we had 30 drivers out. I said that to say we are needed. 8 years ago, the district agreed with our then transportation directors on our positions. Our positions was created to give drivers a status within the department that was attainable so we could keep drivers instead of losing them to other districts that offered 8 8-hour positions and 12-month positions. Now our position is being eliminated. Elimination of our position will impact our lives negatively, taking away our livelihood. Eliminating our position may appear to reduce costs in the short term, but I respectfully ask you to consider the broader impact. Higher turnover rate amongst drivers, reduced morale in the department that directly impacts attendance and student safety, and the loss of 7 highly dependable, motivated, and dedicated lead bus drivers. Among us, we have over 100 years combined of service and experience with the district. I understand that the difficult financial decisions must be made, but I ask you to view this position not as an expense, but as a safeguard, one that protects students, supports staffs, and
Ms.
strengthens.
Brookfield, can you please bring your comments to a
Yes.
closure, please?
Yes, and strengthens operational efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Kayla Ferguson. I think she's in the room next door, Miss Cindy.
Good to see you guys again today. I am here for the sole purpose to stand behind CSCA as a teacher with the district. I was really sad to see that got pushed through, that the raise that was offered was 1%. I can't personally see that as anything other than insulting. I know quite a few people that work within CSCA. I can't do my job without every CSCA employee that I have on my site. And ultimately, we are all here to support the kids and to do our jobs to bring them up strong, bright, and to make them have every ability to become good people of our community. So my voice is here just to echo everything that they are stating, that they have positions that are important that are potentially being eliminated. And we've been speaking in this room about losing the lives of children because of safety issues at sites. It's not the time to be getting rid of highly experienced transportation workers in our district. It's not the time to be talking about not paying CSEA employees overtime that they're working anyway. And it's definitely not the time to not invest in the hearts and souls of people who empty themselves on a regular basis to support the kids of this district. Thank you guys for everything you do. Thank you. I can't do me without you. That's it. Thank you.
Up next, we have Dustin Marquez.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dustin Marquez. I'm a CSEA Representative 82 and an ASL interpreter with the Kern High School District, Kern High Chapter 81. I'm here today to respectfully urge you to listen to your classified employees during the bargaining process. These dedicated professionals are the backbones of our schools and departments. They serve staff, students, and families every single day, and their voice deserves to be heard and valued at the table. As they move forward, we stand firmly behind our core values of CSEA, which is empowerment, inclusivity, respect, transparency, and innovation. Empowerment means giving classified employees a meaningful voice and decisions that affect their work. Inclusivity means ensuring every role is recognized and respected. Respect means honoring the essential contributions that they make every day. Transparency means maintaining an open and honest communication throughout their bargaining. And innovation means working collaboratively to find solutions that move our organizations forward. When you listen to your classified employees, you strengthen trust, improve morale, and build a more effective and unified workplace. We urge you to honor these values and support a fair and thoughtful process through the bargaining agreement. Thank you for your time and consideration, and sometimes do better.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. Up next, we have Robin Searly.
I'm back. So, first of all, congratulations, Mr. Superintendent, Dr. Cool. Okay, so I'm here representing CSEA, especially the classified employees. Now, last year, Mark, who was a superintendent, I was invited him to my class so he can see how classified employees work. The A's, the custodians, the nutritionists, everybody, CPALs, anybody but the teachers and administration. He saw the hard work that we do, the dedication we have with our kids. And he agreed with me, yeah, you're right, you guys do way much as a classified employee and get the bottom of the barrel pay. And so it was great. I thought, yes, we're gonna do good. He heard me, we're gonna see some changes. Well, didn't happen, the raise. What we got was an extra hour to work at that low wage. So it's like, okay, I'm doing 6 hours, now I gotta do 7 and I'm still getting paid the bottom of the barrel. So to me, that was a slap in the face. It was hard for other employees who had 2 jobs. They do 7 at the school and they still had to go do a second job. Most classified employees that I'm aware of have second jobs just to handle the rent, the household chores, the regular bills. It's really sad that we're being offered 1%. I'm not gonna smack the hand that feeds me, but like he was saying earlier, it's like I'm a slap in the face. 3% is good. I'm actually pushing for 5, so I'm not done here. And with that, we had such a great show up of everybody outside the front showing with their banners, their dedication, their support. And the overflowed room is full of loud, wild, classified employees and supporters. Kudos. I like that. Kudos to everybody. I want to know that, aren't you tired of having to train over and over again for new hire? The money that goes into training a new hire for classified is crazy. And about 60% of those people don't even last a month. They're like, oh, I ain't doing this. I'm out of here. So instead of spending so much money on new hire training, help us who's been with you to stay and not quit and give us that raise that we really need to help us out with. The overture, is that a word? It is now. The overture of employees quitting is so high. I mean, it's higher than Amazon employees quitting, okay? That's how bad this is. So we need to focus on who you have, give them that raise who deserve it. And I appreciate your time. I know I've talked about this a year ago, and I'm probably going to keep going. So remember this redhead. Thank you, guys.
Up next, we have Rebecca Abla. Rebecca Abla.
She made it sound really easy, and I'm extremely nervous, but thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rebecca, and I have been employed with BCSD for 17 years. Having served in human resources for over 15 years, I see firsthand how the current salary schedule penalizes long-term employees. The district must acknowledge that our classified employees are struggling to maintain their standard of living and cover their basic household expenses. BCSD cannot maintain and expect to maintain a high-functioning district with the classified salaries are being outpaced by inflation. The classified salary schedule only allows for step increases every 5 years after the first steps of years 1 through 5. I came in without a district experience, so I came in at step 5. I've been with us for 17 years. I've only received 3 step increases due to this. I won't receive another step increase until 2029. The beta salary schedule, on the other hand, the teachers are allowed or given as annual step increase up through year 15, followed by increases every other year after that. When the classified staff see the difference in how their years of service are compensated compared to teachers, it undermines the district's message of growing our own and valuing all positions. There should be a standard of equity and inclusion in the salary schedule that's extended to all of your staff. Recently, the board member's salary increased from $787 to $3,000 per month, a 281% increase to account for inflation, which is understandable, and the demands of the position. The inclusion of district-funded health insurance, valued close to $30,000, represents a benefit that our own classified members do not receive in their part-time positions. The classified members who manage the daily operations of our schools received no cost of living increase last year, and for the current school year, you've only offered 1%. It creates low employee morale when an increase of 281% for part-time board members versus a 1% offered for your classified employees who are also struggling with the same inflationary pressures that you are. An aide two, for example, entering BCSD with 5 years of out-of-district experience will earn an hourly rate of $22.32. Under the current salary schedule, the employee must wait 5 years for a step increase of only 5%, $1.15. Due to inflation, the $22.32 earned in 2024, today that purchasing power is approximately $20.72, a whole $1.60 less than a couple years ago. Our most loyal employees are being financially penalized for remaining employees with BCSD. Furthermore, the decision to offer SEL stipends to inactive substitutes who have not worked for BCSD for many years or never worked for BCSD at all, and then offering your
Ms. Abla, can you please bring your comments to a conclusion?
Yes. And then offering your contracted staff the same benefit creates a significant morale issue. Professionalism and loyalty should be rewarded through permanent, predictable salary advancements instead of one-time stipends. Thank you for your time.
Up next, we have Ileana Espinosa.
Ileana, see? Okay. Hi, how's it going? Thank you to the board members and community members here today. Petra, she comes to my school. We work together really well. I'm here today to support our classified staff. I want to express gratitude and appreciation for them. As a teacher, I would not be able to do my job effectively without them. Oftentimes, our classified staff are some of the first people on sites and some of the last to leave. To our custodial staff that are often here before the sun rises and long after the sun sets, they care for and create a safe and clean space for our students. Thank you to our office staff and our FACE liaisons who provide much needed pathways for communication between teachers, parents, admin, and staff. That is not easy. It's crazy. They're always ready with a Band-Aid in hand. And thank you to our CPELs who are often dusting our kiddos off when they fall, giving them words of encouragement when they have had a rough day, and organizing that much needed structured play. And giving us a little bit of a break too. To our librarians who often know more about our students than anybody else. They know their favorite books, their favorite characters, their interests, and often provide that safe and quiet space where those students can quiet their minds. To our nutrition team who make sure our bellies are full and our hearts are warm. Thank you to our paraprofessionals who go above and beyond to provide that safe space and equitable education every student deserves. These are just a few of the positions who I run into on a daily basis. That does not include our maintenance staff who maintains our buildings, our groundskeepers, our bus drivers who get our students here to school safe. The list goes on, and truly it is a privilege to work with everybody. It takes a village. Education is so important to me, but also working conditions and livable wages are just as important. We should prioritize livable wages. No one likes to feel disposable in their positions. The cost of living is constantly going up, as we have heard. And I hope that as I leave the podium here today, we think about lightening the load a little bit, not just for yourselves, but for everybody in this room. Thank you.
Up next, we have Gabriel Garcia. Who? Gabriel Garcia.
Hello, Gabriel Garcia here with the Dolores Huerta Foundation. I'm a youth organizer, and I'm here to talk about the immigration policies. And I wanted to thank you for the work you've done in protecting our immigrant students. I wanted to read from the policy titled Response to Immigration Enforcement. This is item number 6. It says, If the officer officially declares verbally or on the form that exigent circumstances exist and demands immediate access to the campus, district personnel should comply with the officer's orders and immediately contact the superintendent or designee. I feel that we need to make our school sanctuaries, safe places, and inclusive for our students. I think that, especially here in Kern County, how we represent our Bakersfield schools, we know how the political climate is right now, what's happening in Minnesota, and I think that if we equip ourselves, just like North Carolina did, like make sure that we are protecting the ones that we care about the most, our young ones. I think it matters to everybody here. So a couple recommendations, especially with that I just read, was changing verbally or on the form to verbally and on the form. If a officer comes in and just verbally says things are pressing and things need to happen, so they need to enter, that is not enough. Everything should be documented. And there's a few items that mention that verbiage, and so it should be verbally and on the form every time is a suggestion. And another suggestion is clarifying what exigent circumstances means. So that's very general, and we could use some examples because it says that district personnel, that's anybody that works for the school, and it shouldn't. It should always be the superintendent or designee that chooses whether an ICE agent is allowed to enter the school or not. So I think verbiage on our policies should reflect our strong protection of our students. And we also have some suggestions that we would like to leave with you that Gabby, who is going to speak as well from the foundation, has for us. Thank you, everybody, for your attention to the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Gabriela Fernandez.
Good evening. My name is Gabriela Fernandez. I work with the youth program at the Dolores Huerta Foundation. As many of you know, immigration has been in the forefront of many conversations with our young people we serve. For many of them, this is not a political issue, it is personal. It affects their sense of safety, stability, and belonging. We understand that Bakersfield City School District was directed to revise its immigration policy. However, as this revision moves forward, I urge you to prioritize the emotional and physical safety of our students above all else. The proposed policy does not provide enough transparency for our communities. Families deserve clear information about what the district will do and not do regarding immigration enforcement. Our students should not have to wonder whether the school is going to put their families at risk. I know that as someone that came out of the Bakersfield City School District, I'm very, very grateful for all the work that you all do. As someone that I really want to make sure that our students feel safe. I know that immigration is a topic that a lot of us have a lot of concerns about, but we really want to make sure with the Dolores Huerta Foundation is that we're hearing young kids saying they're scared to go to school. They're scared of like what's going to happen when their parents pick them up. And I think for us, we just really want to make sure that they feel comfortable going to school. We all know we want students in school every single day, and we want to work with you all. And before you guys approve the policy, we really want to make sure that there's no loopholes, because we all know that those happen. And we really want to make sure that immigration can't go into the schools and that parents and families feel safe. So I am going to go ahead and give you the recommendations and changes of the policy that we want before you guys approve it. So thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night.
Thank you. Moving on to number 7, the Bakersfield City School District Education Foundation, and I will like to invite Mr. Alfonso Rivera.
Good evening. Everybody hear me okay? There we go.
Yes, sir.
All right. I was told I have about an hour. I'm just kidding, of course. Good evening, President, trustees, Dr. Aguilar Fort, and BCSD staff. As you know, my name's Alfonso Rivera, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the Bakersfield City School District Education Foundation to share a brief update on the work we've done and what's coming next. Before I begin, I want to congratulate Dr. Carleen Aguilar Fort on being appointed as the permanent superintendent of BCSD, transitioning from interim leadership. Congratulations and thank you for your steady leadership. We look forward to continued partnership and support of our students, staff, and families. And I'll be brief. It's going to be about 5 minutes realistically. The Teddy Bear Picnic. First, I want to highlight our biggest annual fundraiser, the Teddy Bear Picnic. It's a festive holiday luncheon and auction with live entertainment by BCSD students. This was the 28th annual event, and it was a huge success with more than 300 guests. Thank you to our sponsors, donors, volunteers, and everyone who attended and supported, because it directly fuels what we do next for our students and teachers across the district. Family-friendly pajama fun run. Second, we have an exciting fundraiser coming up. It's the second annual family-friendly 5K pajama fun run, and it's a fun community event where kids can show up in pajamas. And it's designed to be inclusive and family-friendly. Most importantly, proceeds go straight to Camp Keep scholarships and teacher grants, turning community fun into real educational wins for BCSD students. So here's my simple ask tonight. Please sign up, encourage your school communities to participate, and help us spread the word. Teacher grants and camperships. Third, I'm proud to share that the foundation has awarded over $22,000 in classroom grants so far this fiscal year. These grants are supporting teachers across all 44 BCSD schools, funding hands-on projects and classroom needs, from science and robotics to creative writing, arts, music, engineering, technology, and reading incentives. What I love most about these grants is they're practical and immediate. Teachers can identify a student need or learning goal, and the foundation helps turn that idea into a real experience for kids. Tree of Knowledge. And finally, another easy way to support the foundation is through the Tree of Knowledge, where community members and partners can sponsor a leaf. It's a meaningful way to give, it stays on display, and it's one more avenue for families and businesses to stand behind BCSD students and educators. I know that even at the board level, some of the board members are even involved in the Tree of Knowledge, and they're even purchasing leaves. So thank you so much. All of us can take advantage of that, maybe even highlight a student or something. It's important. In closing, the foundation is focused on raising resources and reinvesting them back into students and classrooms. And we're grateful for the board, the district team, our community partners, and every supporter who makes this possible. Thank you for your time tonight. And again, please Please support the Pajama Fun Run, consider the Tree of Knowledge, and continue partnering with the foundation so we can keep expanding teacher grants and student camperships across Bakersfield City School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Oh, yeah.
It's coming up this Saturday, the 28th. Thank you.
Moving on to number 8, the approval of minutes for the regular meeting on Tuesday, January 27, 2026. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to the reports of district organizations. First up, we have Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, Mr. Comstock. Unfortunately, he cannot be here tonight. Moving on to number 2, California School Employees Association, CSEA Chapter 48, Dinah Mae Jimenez, President.
Good evening, everyone. Superintendent Carlene Aguilera Fort and members of the board, community. I'm here to inform you that Friday, March 6th, will mark our 9th negotiation session. To date, we have not been able to reach a tentative agreement. At the March board meeting, next month already, CECA is supposed to submit their negotiations proposal for next year. We haven't finished this year yet. This has gone on way too long. During negotiations, the district has stated that board members determine how much is offered to classified staff raises. When I asked the board members, I was told that this information is incorrect. But let's look at the facts. We did not get a raise last year. The district found money to halt layoffs last year. The district found money to increase board members' monthly stipends this year. We have been in negotiations with the district since August. But the district found money this month to offer us 1%. Oops, that statement is incorrect. The district did not find money. The district made budget adjustments or some reallocation of funds to accommodate for these increases. But this year, the district indicates that our raises lie in the hands of the board members. This action proves when the priorities are clear, solutions can be found. I want to highlight a harsh reality that many of our full-time employees and part-time employees are facing. They are working 2 jobs to make ends meet. This is not a fair situation, especially considering the essential work that we do every single day. Inflation is eroding purchasing power. We need a meaningful raise to keep up with increasing costs. It's also important to note that management has approached me, stating that if classified staff receive a raise, they also receive a raise. But where is it written that management and supervisory staff get the same raise? Shouldn't we be prioritizing the employees who are struggling the most? One of the largest school districts in the state of California, BCSD, offering our classified employees only 1% is disheartening. It does not reflect the value of their work. You should be ashamed. We are not asking for a handout. We are asking for fair and equitable treatment. We're asking to be recognized for our hard work and dedication. As someone who comes from a long line of union supporters, my dad and family were in the United Farm Workers, and we marched with Cesar Chavez. I believe that together we are stronger. I urge you to work with us to find a fair and equitable solution that recognizes the value and worth of classified staff. We remain committed to reaching a fair agreement, and we hope that you will demonstrate the same commitment to equity and respect for our classified staff. Let's work together to make our district a place where employees feel valued, respected, and compensated fairly for their hard work. Our students, our staff, and our community deserve nothing less. We deserve a fair raise, and we deserve it now. I would like to thank our classified staff. If they can start making their room into just a quick little march, if that's okay. Okay. Can we just have them walk? Can we just open the doors and just have them walk through? Would that be too much to ask?
We are in a democracy, public space, as long as it is respectful.
Yes, they're just gonna walk through, so our classified staff. I would also like to thank our certificated staff, if they would like to stand as well in our support. Yes, we're here. Other district members that supported us outside for coming out to support us. I thank everyone. I appreciate it. Classified staff, if you could just come, march through in an orderly fashion, please. Just walk it. Thank you. Y sí se puede. Thank you. It can be done.
To number 3, Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA, Mr. Bob Boyd. He is not here. Okay, moving on to Board of Education, board member comments. Up first, we have Ms. Malley.
Thank you very much to all of the for all of the public comment tonight. I also wanted to thank Emerson Middle School Choir for sharing their music with us this evening. Student performance remind us of creativity, confidence, and joy being nurtured in our schools. We're proud of you and appreciative of the teachers and families who support your growth. I also wanted to congratulate the spelling bee participants and champions. Competing at that level requires preparation, discipline, and courage, and their achievement reflects not only their hard work, but their strong literacy foundation being built across the district. That is it for me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malley. Up next, we have Mr. Eggert.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a couple of things is I want to thank Mike Havens and Valerie for the visit that we had for the accreditation, from the credentialing and passing that, and I appreciate their dedication to our new teachers to ensure that they receive the proper training. I attended the Henry Reeves speech competition. I was very impressed. The representatives, as long as I've been around this district, I never knew the whole purpose behind it. I always heard the name. It was like I finally now know who Henry Reeves was. So it was nice to finally bring that understanding. I also attended the junior chef competition, and that was very impressive with those kids. They were very excited. It was nice to see they each were able to have an adult. One had their mom or dad or a close guardian, and it was just nice to see the involvement of those kids. As you saw, they were young. The one was a first grader, and I think was a third grader, and so it was very neat. As I said, I didn't realize how much I was going to have to eat, and now I went there. I thought, oh, okay, I'll have to remember this next time. But as I said, I appreciate the dedication that the food service program did to ensure that students were engaged and understood and were excited to be there. I also attended the opening day of the League of Dreams baseball group. Very impressed by the amount of our parents and children were there, giving their children the opportunity to play baseball just like everybody else. It was very touching, and seeing not just the parents, but also seeing representatives from the city and county that appreciated them. So if you ever have the opportunity, their softball season starts on the 8th of March, and it starts at I think 11:30, and it goes all day. And it just was, the excitement of a child to run around the bases and just hit that ball. It was just very exciting. And as you know, of course, I have a special purpose with my grandson, and he was just elated to go. Of course, once he realized that there were playground equipment there in the park, well, that had to go too, so it was really good. And I thank all the volunteers that do that and participate, because, every child deserves that opportunity. And, I speak for that very highly. Another thing is, I noticed that after the last board meeting, there was a survey that was sent out to all the teachers regarding professional development and what they wanted to see. And I know it's already past the time, but, I hear constantly a lot of people talk about professional development during the summer institutes, and if there's an issue, you need to speak up. You need to make, it takes a few minutes to do the survey, especially when you evaluate the training. We need to be honest, because what's happening is everything is great, but then, once you walk out and stand in the parking lot with everybody else for the next hour at 110 degrees, you tear it apart. So we need the honesty, because we want our staff, our teachers, to be effective and be ready to educate our children. And so that's so important. And you know, today we're going through the LCAP, and I've gone through it a few times already, and looking at the areas that we don't meet standards. It's sad. Very sad. And one of those things that we need to do is provide the proper professional development to our staff. And so they know the expectation of what our children need. And we need to, I'm sorry, we need to stop failing our students. That was one of the reasons why I ran, because we always talk about the same goals. You know, reading grade level by 3rd grade. I've heard that since 1994, sitting in this boardroom and hearing that. It's not realistic. It sounds good, but it's not realistic. So what we have to do is make it realistic, because we have the staff, we have the teachers that are dedicated, educators that want to do it. But we have to give them the proper tools to make our children a success. And that's every one of us here. That's our job, is to make the children successful. And that was one of the reasons why I was very happy about hiring Dr. Aguilera Fort, because he sees that same purpose. So I know we're on the right direction. But those are people that want to be tearing it down and be the naysayer and complain, you know, tell us how we can do it better if you have a better idea. Don't just stand out in the parking lot and tear it apart. Because we want our children to be a success. We want our children to come back and say, you know, I learned so much in everything. And I know last year, Brooke Maldial had brought up about less screen time. And, you know, I mean, I can't believe how much I've learned. I've got to educate myself on that. We need to do it. You know, we need to do it. You know, you know, I got a quote from somebody that says, we encourage our children to read every night, but do we encourage our children to write? We don't. So the children need to write too. So I'll get off my soapbox and, you know, wait for the text messages to come on my phone now from my family. But thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eggert. Up next, myself. I will keep my comments brief tonight. I want to start off with parents. Please remember the wellness centers are there to provide medical services for our students, for your students. For more information, please visit the parent centers or come to the district or go to our I'm going to kick myself right now. The Miss Terry Lindsay's office, the health, her office, the wellness office, yes. Sorry, I have a lot of thoughts going through my mind right now. You know, just listening to everything tonight, I just want to share with everybody that I am a firm believer that education starts at home. And to have a successful student, the child needs to have support and the proper tools to be ready to come to school to learn. That's why we BCSD have invested a lot in our FACE department, in our parent centers, to provide the support services, not just for our students, but for our families, but also our teachers and our staff. On another note, please join us this weekend, this Saturday, for the Ed Foundation Pajama Run. Thank you, Mr. Rivera, for coming and sharing the information. There's a couple flyers up here. If it is interested in picking one of these up, please do so. Also, I want to thank CSEA members for showing up and sharing their voices. We are working with our district team to ensure a fair offer. Also, thank you for joining us tonight. Gracias por acompañarnos esta noche. Up next, we have Mr. Fuentes.
Cool. Want to thank all of our public commenters tonight. It's a brave thing to do to speak publicly like that, so appreciate you. And gonna echo what Laura just said, our CSEA folks making their voices heard. Also want to thank the Ed Foundation, really appreciate the reminder. I just signed up for the run, so I'll be there.
Yay.
And that'll be it for me, thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Dr. Chris.
Hey, happy Lent, everybody. Ramadan Mubarak. Also, for those of you in our educational field, remember during this time of Ramadan and Lent, many people might be fasting. So if our kids lose their temper or are impatient with you, please just take a moment and consider that it might be because of religious observance that they're hangry. You know, I know that we aren't all on the same page at this particular moment, but I still think it speaks volumes about the district and about the civil rights history of the Kern community that we can see demonstrations like we saw tonight and people who show up, and not just, I mean, absolutely CSEA and the community members who came out to support them as they, you know, tried to share with us the different perspectives on the situation they're facing. We also have community leaders here who are fundraising for, you know, our kids to go to Camp Keep. Thank you so much, Mr. Rivera, for all that you do, Pam, for all that you do. Thank you to Gabby and to DHF that came out to talk to us about what's going on with immigration. Thank you to our local faith leaders that came out for person, honoring, like, we have so many people who are here because they care, and they care about, we're all talking about the same things, and that's really meaningful, right? We all care, and we care about kids, we care about equity, we care about our community. Nobody who spoke didn't say those things, so I think that's really powerful. I just want to mention two more things. So thank you to all of you for coming. Every month I love to read. I'm like a big reading nerd, and we're working on a culture of literacy. And one of my goals for 2026 is to every month read a banned book. So in February, it was Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye. It broke my heart. I've got to, if someone has a banned book that is not going to make me cry, please text me. Because so far, like, I'm not starting out great with the tears are pretty intense, but this is going really well. Send me your book recommendations. I just love to read. It is one of my deep passions, and I love sharing that culture of literacy with you. I got to go to a lot of events, and a lot of them are already mentioned, but we hadn't had a chance to highlight. Today is our art show. So during the break, if you get a chance, walk down the hallway and look at the extraordinary things that the kiddos throughout this district are doing. Thank you to Mr. Mike Stone for that VAPA leadership. I just wanted to point out, you know, Miss Abrego at Washington had invited me to her class, and so I had seen some of the work that the kids were doing, and we talked about the fact that she had a new digital media class, and it was so cool to, like, hear about the digital media class, but see the kids' art that they had created, like, with a touchpad displayed on the walls. So if you walk down the halls, you can see there's, you know, some Washington ones that were created. Captiva, I think is what the app's called. I don't know what the app's called. I might be making that word up too. It's a night for making up words. But I just wanted to say, you know, I think that we're not just keeping the arts alive in the district, but we're also changing with the times and meeting the kids where they are. And I think that that's so beautiful and amazing and shows great leadership by our team. The last thing was, I went to our elementary school robotics competition, and y'all, there wasn't even parking. Like, people were making the parking up as they go. It was so well attended. It was a really, really fabulous experience to see how excited the parents were and how excited it was like watching an athletics event. People were deeply intense. So again, like, if you're bored on the weekend, like 10 out of 10 recommend popping by robotics. We're doing a lot of great things in BCSD in the face of great challenges. And, you know, enrollment is down, and federal support for education is down, and people having kids has decreased. So We have a lot of challenges coming down the pipeline, but we have not let that deter us from doing great things. And the people in this room tonight and the people standing outside this building tonight have proved that that's a commitment that we will all maintain. And I just want to say thank you for that. So thanks, guys.
Thank you for your comments, board. Up next, we have Dr. Carlina Aguilera. He's gonna sing to you guys tonight.
Oh, but didn't we lose our piano player? I think Miss Seth left. Acapella.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Buenas noches. I want to begin today by congratulating our teachers. Through these teachers that you see here, they are representing every single one of the teachers in every single classrooms. These teachers were nominated because of the qualities that they exhibit, because of the love that they present every single day to our students, because the ways in which they engage not just the students, but also their communities. So you have Miss Allison Dolan. She has been teaching for over 30 years, and she still have the same passion as the first year teaching. And you can see the magic happening in that kinder classroom. And also you see and feel how the students respond to her. There are teachers today in our district that were her students in kinder many years ago. Mr. Robert Gonzalez, special ed teacher at Sierra Middle School. When we visited Mr. Gonzalez, he was in action outside in the playground. And people said, can we invite him to the classroom? And we just said, no, let's meet him where he is right now with the kids. And he was walking with a student that needed support. And you can tell how engaged he was with the students. Miss Holly Mishina at Borges didn't expect. We walk in, and she was wondering, what are these people doing here? And her students were the biggest cheerleaders at that moment when we walk into her classroom. Miss Jessica Trujillo cannot even express her face of surprise when she also was announced as one of the Teacher of the Year. And yesterday we went to visit Miss Monica Trujillo. Her entire staff, colleagues, principals, students, they all came together and even organized a mini event after we left the school for her. So that tells you the commitment that our teachers have for our students and the work that they do. So congratulations to each one of you. And through them, we know that we are seeing the rest of the teachers in the Bakersfield City School District. Next week, we will begin the week to read across America. So today we had a good kickoff, and I was reading to 1st and 5th grade students at Harris. And the engagement first provided by the librarian. When I walk in, she was already reading and engaging the students. I just have to say thank you, because being in the classroom, genuinely, and this is not fake, the teacher that I am comes out immediately. The teacher that I am just run through my veins anytime I get this gift. So yes, invite me, because I will figure out how to go to your classroom. So thank you, and we invite members of the community to actually volunteer next week and the rest of the year by reading to our students. But next week is the National Reading of Reading Across America. Please join us. Our students will appreciate having you there reading for them and with them. Okay, that's the final. I group them in pairs. The fifth graders with a kinder and a first, they did talk to each other, so they had the whole strategy. Again, the teacher in me came up, right? So thank you. It was fun. I want, this month, we are closing Black History Month. And it is customary that we honor the people who paved the way in civil rights. We honor those behind us that actually were made possible to be where we are today, but still the reminder is that there is a lot of work to be done. Our district is committed to doing that work, and we acknowledge we are not there, and the commitment and the actions are part of it. But today, we want to highlight our heroes in Bakersfield City School District, our African American Black educators. And we started this series of video highlighting them. So we know that we have those heroes as well. We have those role models in the district.
Hello, my name is Tracy Hicks, and I'm the principal at Pioneer Drive Elementary School. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. The work that I strive to do is to be the most wonderful principal that I can be, and also to set an example for the students here. I had many different leaders throughout my years here at BCSD, and that's the one thing that I can tell you is that they set the example, they walk the walk, and that is what truly means something when you see your leader or your principal not only speaking the words, but actually following through. I think the thing that I love the most about the work that I do is seeing, I've been doing this for a long time, but actually seeing past students that I've had, they will come back and say, I remember when you used to do this. I remember when you used to do that. I had a student at Bessie Owens in the 3rd grade, Michael Bowers, and he was our OD Williams speaker, I believe it was a couple of years ago. One of the things, I was sitting and I was paying attention, listening, but he was talking about people that have made a difference in his life. He was describing a teacher that he had and saying how much he learned and the respect that he had. And I mean, just going on and on. And then he said, and her name is Miss Matlock. Well, that was my maiden name, you know, and so, and then he had me stand up. And so I just thought that was the most wonderful. And that took me off guard, but it's those kind of examples when you have students that are grown that come back and give examples and tell stories about what it was like, you know, when you were their teacher. I brought it. Hello, my
Hi, I'm Louis Neal, Youth Services Coordinator for the Bakersfield City School District. I am a Supplemental Support Service. The best part of my job is working directly with the students. Each week, you see something different. You see progress in them. And definitely, every year, they rise to the level of expectations. I want them to feel good about themselves and realize you can do great things. Even if people don't believe in you, we help them believe in themselves. It's about self-efficacy. I believe in my ability to achieve my goals and objectives. And so we really see that. We see the level of confidence. The impact I hope to have is to inspire, not motivate. You know, to me, motivation is temporary. They're motivated, and then once you leave, then they go about, you know, their normal business. But if you inspire them, even when the kids are not around you, they move on to high school, college, they continue to do things that they need to do, become productive citizens, but to be very very focused. And just one example is one of our students was at McKinley, Emerson, BHS. He's now at UC Irvine. And that's not just me, it's my staff. We've inspired him to continue his education. Now he's a sophomore. High GPA 4.0, sometimes 4.2. So when you inspire them, they realize they have unlimited potential. And I just got a text from him, and he said, Mr. Neal, can you be a reference for me? Of course I can. And he's applying to do an internship in Washington, D.C. So that's what we aspire for our students that we work with.
I want to once again bring.
Hi, I'm Louis Neal, sir.
Once again, the brilliance and the talent that we have in the district, the commitment of our educators, and this time specifically tonight, our African American Black educators. Thank you to each one of you, and I know that we are aware of the work that we have to do for our young kids, and we are committed to do it. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Number 3, it is recommended that the resolution honoring the life and legacy of Dr. Irma Carson be approved. Do I have a motion?
I make that motion.
Do I
This is Chris, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I will now, thank you. I will now read the resolution. Resolution number 2026-04, honoring the life and legacy of Dr. Irma Carson. Whereas the Board of Education and the entire Bakersfield community mourn the passing of Dr. Irma Carson on January 9, 2026, a true pioneer, a dedicated public servant, and a champion for equity and education. And whereas Irma Carson was born on June 29, 1935, and moved to Bakersfield in 1953, where she overcame the barriers of her time with grace, perseverance, and spirit, dedicating her life to breaking glass ceilings and opening doors for others. And whereas Dr. Carson served with distinction as a member of the Bakersfield City School District Board of Education for 15 years, having been elected in 1979, and whereas during her tenure on the board, she was a fierce advocate for student success and family engagement. Firmly believing that strong schools are the foundation of strong neighborhoods, and championing policies that supported diversity, representation, equity, and access. And whereas her leadership on the board was characterized by a deep commitment of service to others, a philosophy she embodied daily, ensuring that every child, regardless of background, had access to quality education and the opportunity to succeed. And whereas, beyond her service to our schools, Dr. Carson made history as the first Black woman employed at the Bakersfield City Hall, and subsequently as the first Black woman to serve as a police officer for the Bakersfield Police Department, rising to the rank of sergeant and detective during a distinguished 20-year career in law enforcement. And whereas, following her retirement from law enforcement, Dr. Carson served as the executive director of the Ebony Counseling Center, where she led critical programs addressing substance abuse, teen pregnancy prevention, and HIV/AIDS education, providing culturally responsive care and hope to countless families in need. And whereas Dr. Carson continued her legacy of leadership as a member of the Bakersfield City Council, representing Ward 1 for 16 years, tirelessly advocating for the revitalization of the Southeast Bakersfield and the safety of its residents. And whereas in recognition of her lifetime of service and her role as civil rights trailblazer, she was awarded an honorary doctorate from the California State University, Bakersfield in 2023. And whereas Dr. Carson's life story and reflection on Bakersfield's civil rights era have been preserved through an oral history interview archived by the Library of Congress, ensuring her experiences may educate and inform future generations. And whereas Dr. Carson's legacy woven into fabric of the Bakersfield community surviving in the students she championed, the barriers she broke, and the standards of integrity she set up for all public servants. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Bakersfield City School District hereby honors and celebrates the extraordinary life and legacy of Dr. Irma Carson. And be it further resolved that this board extends its deepest sympathies and condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of Dr. Carson. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to the family of Dr. Carson as a token of enduring gratitude and respect. And be it finally resolved that when this board adjourns its meeting today, it does so in the loving memory of Dr. Irma Carson. Adopted this 24th day of February, 2026 by the Bakersfield City School District Board of Education. Lara Guerrero Salgado, Board President. Thank you. I would like to invite Reverend Anthony, Reverend Crawford, and their guests to come up here and take a picture with the board on this resolution so they can share with the family and the community. Just kick it. Right here, you guys are right here in the middle. You're right in the front, in the center. I will get the picture. Thank you guys so much. We're about to put you back on the board, Reverend Anthony.
Thanks, Brooks.
Got it.
Oh, just kidding.
Lot of work, lot of work. Keep up the work. Can't stop. Keep going.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Number 4, 2026 California School Boards Association, CSBA Delegate Assembly Election. It is recommended that an election be held for representation to the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly, and that the official 2026 Delegate Assembly ballot for Subregion 12B be marked and signed for up to 2 candidates. And the recommended action is, I can't see this one.
Can I nominate Dr. Chris Kristen?
Yes, you can.
Is there anyone else you guys want to add, or just me? I'm okay if it's just me, but I also, Maria Ramos is wonderful from Arvin.
Okay. So you nominate Dr. Chris, and then Dr. Chris, you nominate Ms. Ramos?
That would be wonderful,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Sorry.
Okay. Motion carries, and we will now have a 5-minute recess. superintendent report, and that is with Mrs. Orozco.
Good evening, President Guerra Salgado, Board of Trustees, and guests. So today I bring you our local control and accountability plan. It's our mid-year update review that we do every year. And so this plan was the one that the board approved for us in June, and it's good through June of 2027. So starting with the implementation update, so we look at our different goals in terms of where we're at. We add the expenses as well, and the allocation versus the expenses. So just a quick crosswalk. So we have the 10 priorities that are required into the LCAP, but of course 9 and 10 are not. They do not apply to an LEA, they apply to the county. So we have 8 priorities. And that's what you'll see throughout. You'll see the 8 priorities embedded in terms of the LCAP. So we have a total of 57 actions in our LCAP. For goal 1, we will address 5 priorities with 32 actions. In goal 2, we have 18 actions. And in goal 3, we will address 6 actions. For our first goal is our academic achievement. Bakersfield City School District is committed to ensuring the academic achievement of all students through culturally responsive and high quality teaching and learning, where all students are supported in a multi-tier system of supports to reach grade level mastery of all content standards. And every year I do bring the goals to our board and also to our parent groups and also to our professional associations. And we always sometimes, we get feedback to change it a word or 2 words, and that's what I do. Except for that till 2027, but we can always make changes at some point. I'll take notes. So starting with our metrics, so every single action has to have a metric in terms of being able to monitor that action. So for priority 1A, we have, and so the way we look at this report in terms of our teachers, it's a report from CALSAS. And so we have that 8.31% of our teachers were not fully credentialed, and about 0.58 of teachers held credentials, permits, or waivers, and were not otherwise authorized for the assignment. And also 98% of respondents that rated the induction programs rated the program as very effective. So that's through our CALSAS report. So for priority 1B, we have 100% of students have continued to have access to standards aligned materials. All of our material in our classrooms are standard aligned. Priority C, this is something our MOF department does. This is Jason Sitton, where we do an evaluation of facilities. And so in 24-25, 97.7% of our school sites continue to have a good or exemplary rating in our school sites. For our priority 2B, this is in terms of our metrics. So the first metric in terms of the self-reflection tool, we have to self-reflect in terms of our teaching and our materials, but we currently don't have that yet. We will have it, but it's not there yet. We don't have the information yet. However, for priority 2B, in terms of ensuring that our English learners receive their English language development, it's all of our students receive the English language development support and their classes. For our priority 4, this has to do with all state testing. So you'll hear 2 things. You will hear priority 4, which is state testing. Priority 8 is local assessments, and so we'll talk about that here in a bit. But for now, this is the California dashboard. So this is in the fall of 2025. And this is all student groups. We have a 59.3 below standard for our students. For math, for all student groups, we had 97.7 points below standard. For our standardized testing in terms of STAR, so this is, we do address, this is priority 8, but we added anyway, so you see the state versus the local. For our STAR reading, we're at 33.2 met or exceeded. For STAR math, we're at met or exceeded at 21.3%. In BCSD, for our reading, our 2nd through 8th grade students take the STAR. For our math, our 1st through 8th grade students take the STAR test. And we have to have both. We have to have a local assessment, and as a district, we chose STAR because it is norm reference in the United States. For the CAS, this is a California science test. We had at 16.19 met or exceeded in our science test. For priority 4E, our English language proficiency for summative, we were at 14.5 that were students scored at a level 4. And all of our English learners that scored a level 4, we, for the most part, reclassify. And last year we had about 1,000 kids or so reclassify in our district. As currently, we don't have the reclassification. We will have that at some point, but because it's not the end of the year, we don't have that yet. And kids are currently taking the LPAC. So hopefully, you know, we have a lot of, we've met with some schools where they have a lot of our kids at level 3, which are our kids that, you know, we expect to score 4 and we can reclassify. So for our priority 7A, this is ensuring that our students have courses of study in what we're supposed to. So English, math, history, etc. So for 7A, there's no change from last year. All of our students continue to have access to where they're enrolled. And this is by checking our master schedules, our class rosters. Priority 7B is also no change from last year. Our low-income foster and English learner students continue to have access and enroll in programs and services developed. So those are unduplicated students with all of our concentration supplemental LCFF, which is what the LCAP is. We have to make sure that we address those 3 groups. For 7C, there's no change from last year. This is for our special education students, that we make sure that they're included. And something that we've done this year is really push to make sure that all of our special ed students have access to different courses of study. One of the things, for example, for our extended year for special ed students, we have, or the special ed team has mimicked exactly what we use in general ed in terms of the different STEAM activities to do exactly the same for our special ed students for their extended year. For our priority 8A, this is the local assessment. We have to do a local assessment, and so for us, it's 8 is the STAR test, and I already kind of reviewed this. We have 33.2% of students that are in 2nd through 8th grade scored a 3 or above in reading. For our math, which is tested in 1st through 8th grade, we have 19.6 students testing at a level 3 or above in math. So this is where we just go through that, making sure that it's fully implemented, partially implemented, or some of them we deleted last year. So you'll see them. I left them on there, but they're like crossed out in gray. So for example, starting with the first goal, our actions 1 through 5 are in full implementation. For our actions 6 through 10 or through 9 are full implementation. This is the one we took off last year, which was 1.10, and it was the National Institute for School Leadership. We did take that off last year. For actions 11 through 15, they're all in full implementation. So some of these you might see a 0, and the only reason is because we might be using a different fund. It doesn't mean that we still have the action. We leave it in the LCAP, but for example, the 1.11, the Administrative Leadership Institute, we're using educator effectiveness grants, or we're using a one-time fund, so we don't use something. So we'll use different funds, but the action is still there. For 1.12, same thing, we're using the educator effectiveness grant as well. If you see an N, just as a reminder, that's because it's not contributing, so it's a different fund. So for example, in 1.14, we have been using Title II funding for that one. And so sometimes also the special, they have their own funds and they use that funds. But for the most part, if you see an N, it means that we're not using the funds in the LCAP, but the action is still in our LCAP because it's part of what we do as a district. For 16 through 20, all of our actions are in full implementation as well. For 21 through 25, all of our actions are also in full implementation. So something like, for example, 1.25, for that action, it's a non-contributing, but we're using the Learning Recovery Grant, a one-time fund, to be able to pay for that action for now. For actions 26 through the 30th, two of them we have not yet, but that's because that's a summer action. So for example, our summer academies and our NYSP is a summer program. So they're there, but we don't use the funds until the summer. So that's why it's listed the way it's listed. And then, so one thing you'll see if you look at 1.2A, we have the foster and homeless. So there's another action. We had two actions doing the same thing. So here in a little bit, you'll see that we ended up consolidating into one action of foster, but you'll see that here in a bit. So actions 26 through 30, through 28 are full implementation. 1.29 and 130, in terms of the coordination of supplemental programs are in progress. That's because we're still working with schools in terms of their school plans and what they're doing. We're also using, this is where for 1.29, that's not necessarily contributing because we have to list all of our title money. So we have the Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and so we add it, but it still stays in the LCAC, because it's part of what we do. And then 1.30 is our MEP. So some of the schools, it's in progress. Not all schools are offering tutoring. Some of the schools are offering Saturday tutoring for our English learners or immigrant students. Not all schools are doing it, and so it's the schools that choose to do it. So it's in progress. For the last three actions in the next page, we have all the actions are in full implementation. Teacher tutors is partially implemented. This is also a non-contributing action, though. This is through the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So we use, again, something that's one-time fund. For the social emotional learning, Bakersfield City School District will foster safe, supportive, and engaging schools that empower students with self-efficacy, agency, and strong social emotional skills through targeted supports like behavioral interventions, wellness centers, expanded sports, and leadership programs, ensuring every student thrives in a positive and inclusive environment. So for these metrics, we have priority 5. We have priority 5 and 6. So priority 5 has to do all with attendance, whether it's daily attendance, chronic absenteeism, and 6 has to do with suspensions, expulsions. So for priority 5A, we have a rate of about 93.61. Currently in our district, I do want to point out we did increase by about 1% from last year, which is great. And then for priority 5B, 18.9% of students in TK-8 were chronically absent. Last year we were at 23, so our schools have been doing a great job of decreasing our chronically absent. For our priority 5C, we had, in terms of, this is something that we take from our CalPADs in terms of our dropout rate for middle school, junior high, so we're at 0.31. It also decreased from last year, we're at 50.56, so there's been a decrease in that. For suspension rates, we have priority 6A, we are at 2.7 suspension rate. 6B, we have 0.13% of our expulsion rate. For our priority 6C, we don't have this data yet. This is the survey that our kiddos take, but it's they started it this week, so we won't have the data yet for this data. So our actions, we have all 5 actions in 1 through 5. In goal 2 are full implementation, 2.2 being in progress. This is just, we have allocated to schools special funds to do clubs during lunchtime, after school. Some schools do it more than others. It is a choice for our teachers to be able to do that. And so it's partly in progress. For 2.6 through 2.10, our actions are in full implementation. Our actions 11 through 14 they're also in full implementation. And 2.15, this is the one that we moved over with the foster youth. It was repetitive. So 16 through 19 also is in full implementation. For our family engagement, so our goal is Bakersfield City School District is committed to increasing level of participation and engagement of all parents, families, and community members to ensure culturally responsive and high-quality student learning where all students reach grade level mastery of all content standards. So for our metrics in 3A, so for priority 3, it's all phase. So we as a district, we have priority 3, and we have a whole goal just for priority 3. So for the first one, in terms of 3A, we have about 93% of parents feeling welcome in their child's school out of our survey. For the CELPA, that was in the 24-25. In our CELPA, we also had another piece of that I wanted to share with you is 99.3% of parent respondents feel strongly or agree strongly or agree that district involves parents in the decision-making process for their students. And then for Parent University, we currently have about 508 parents that are eligible to be part of our graduation at the end of the year. For DAC, we have about 91% of schools with parent representation. For our DAPEC, we have about 58% of our schools with parent representation. That's for the monthly meetings. For our priority 3B, this is our LCAP survey actually is in process right now. We've been sharing it with all of our parents, so that we don't have that data yet for the LCAP survey. But for the DLAC, we did have 71% of our parents represented in DLAC from the school sites, and last year went from 59 to 71. For our next metric, in terms of our LCAP, again, this is not available yet. We're working on that LCAP survey back. For our CAC, which is our Special Education Community Advisory Committee, we have about 40% of our schools that are represented at the meetings on a monthly basis. So for our goals, we have 6 goals, and they are all in full implementation. 3.6, our parent center, we have King. They're currently in progress of finishing up the parent center at King. So, take any questions, any comments?
Is dropout.
That's through CalPads. You know, I don't think he's here right now. I think that's where IT gets that number. And that's one of the hardest things, because when they leave BCSD in 8th grade to 9th grade, it's the kids that maybe we were able to follow that we thought were going to go to high school, and we can catch that, but it is almost an impossible number to be really accurate.
So it's just when they stop showing up to school for a certain amount of time, it's determined? Okay.
I was really surprised by the number of increases for parent university involvement. I was wondering, like, when you disaggregate that by middle school and elementary school, are we seeing like even representation across the different like campuses, or? I don't expect you to know right now. If you could just tell me later.
No, I can tell you right now. I can tell you that the middle school, junior high, even before we put it back to the school size, was always the lowest.
Yeah, it was. Oh, of course. That's why I was asking.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it continues to be lower at the middle school, junior high.
But I mean,
there is more
increase.
Yes. It's more increase now, and some of I've met with about 5 of the parent groups so far. And the one thing that they've said consistently is that they prefer the parent university and the sessions at the school site, because a lot of them they can walk to their school site versus before. Sometimes it was at Hodel, sometimes it was here, and it was harder for them to get there. So they have
No, it's like the data is really wonderful, because we've heard mixed things on that, but seeing like that it's doubled in enrollment, that's.
Last year, I think we had about 150 graduates or so.
That's crazy, 500.
Ms. Orozco, the MLK Parent Center? What was it that you said on the Parent Center?
I think they're still working on the King Center. So it's in progress because it's not finalized. It's not finished.
It's under construction right now, but it will be completed this year. So I don't know, Jason, do you know off the top of your head what the timeline is? It will be open for next school year. It's under construction this year. I don't know, are you completed or ready to open?
Wow.
Are we gonna have like a grand opening for it?
We can.
Yes.
Ribbon cutting. We're also waiting for where Miss Terry Lindsay is at. that's done, right?
Yes.
It's done.
Yes.
We just never did the actual ribbon cutting, the whole ceremony. Is that something we're gonna eventually do, Superintendent?
We can.
We haven't discussed it, but if that's the desire of the board, we will do a ribbon cutting and a grand.
Along with the, what do they have? Not ducks, but what is it? Yeah, what are the birds out there? The geese.
Geese?
Yeah, you have to be careful.
Oh, geese they're not friendly, you guys.
They're, no.
And
They're
leave
not friendly.
nasty poops. They're so gross.
They do. You sometimes see them running around. Every time I go to my car, I'm like, anyway. Sorry, that was a squirrel.
No, I was gonna say, we need geese prevention and the elephant. No, I'm just kidding.
On, what was it, goal 1 on during the time of testing, I remember Mr. Casillas collaborated with the FACE, Ms. Dotson, and she had a couple parent sessions on the importance of testing. And the sessions that were given, sorry, I have to close my eyes to remember everything. The sessions that were given gave parents and guardians a better understanding of the importance of the test scores. So I think that's something we need to bring back to our parent centers. And as an incentive, there was the opportunity drawings, I should say, for all the parents that came and attended. She gave them alarm clocks, which was really neat. I don't remember where we found the money, but we found the money. I think it was a donation by the wonderful company. And she bought all these alarm clocks, and the moms were like, okay, well, that makes sense why it's so important for my child to go to bed early during this time. And he did a good job about, hey, during this time, this is a testing.
So like a preparation, like 2 weeks before, a week before.
Yes.
Okay. We can do that.
Go to bed early, get up early, make sure they come to school with the belly full. If not, bring them early enough so they can have something at the cafeteria. So maybe that's something we can bring back and start working on. I mean, it's never too late. But I know it did make a difference with the kids. Just food for thought.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
I just wanted to say also, like, on item 1, while Lauda's talking about it, I feel like starting at 1.21, basically until it finishes, everything there is an intervention to help kids get mentorship and opportunities.
I'm sorry, which one?
All of them.
Goal 1.
Oh, goal 1.
Goal 1. But I've been to the summer academies, the National Sports Youth Program. We've all gone to different VAPA events. We've been to Proud events. We've been to the tutoring support programs, and we've heard recently that we're worried about not having enough intervention, but I think like most of that goal is dedicated specific interventions, and they're all well attended and like really thoughtful. So I'm glad that like there's a place where that list exists to comprehensively say like this is what we're doing. I know there's another item where it lists like MTSS supports and like the CPAL extra like lunch supports, but I think like most of the LCAP is that intervention.
And that's exactly right.
And I don't think we market it as like we're doing gang prevention, but like I think that we are doing a lot of intervention to make sure kids have safe places and mentors and people to help them through different ventures. We have literally an enterprising venture program. I think we have that. I think it's just hard to package it in a way that it's clear, if that makes sense.
Oh, personally, okay, let me be very careful about how I'm going to say this. We have the systems in place, the structure, we have the staffing, but sometimes the staff is not readily available. And that's because we become short-staffed. For example, our behavioral health therapist is being pulled to another school when they should be at one particular school site. So I feel that we need to revisit that, the accessibility of some staff.
It's hard for students to connect to when somebody's bouncing around on different campuses.
Right, and they're on a time frame. It's like, okay, well, I don't got time for you, or I gotta go, or I can't meet with you today. during a time of crisis, I think it's very important that there's somebody readily available.
Agreed.
So I think we do have staffing for everything, but the issue is, are they readily available?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, when I went and watched the National Youth Sports Leadership Program during the summer, and there was a kid who was being very disrespectful, and one of the staff took that student and walked with him while all the other kids were doing sports. And I was like, what happened to that kid? Did someone send them home? And they said, no. Like, we went and met with the kid, see what they needed, see what was going on with them, and they're gonna come back and play basketball right now. And I don't know that in like the everyday day-to-day of like getting, the kids have to be in the classroom getting the instruction, that kid would have gotten that one-on-one time that I witnessed. So I think we have programs that are doing like what you're saying the need needs to be. I think in meeting all of the state guidelines and doing what we legally have to do to teach kids, we don't always get to all the services that we could or should have. But I've seen in some of our mentoring spaces, and I can only speak to the ones I've seen with my own eyes, where we are doing a good job of that. Not every kid gets access to that, but the ones who do, I think it's really making a difference.
I think if it's there consistently, though, it becomes more preventative.
Right. I agree.
Establish their relationships with the kiddos. That makes a big difference.
Yeah. And a lot of times the mix-up is tutoring versus mentoring and prevention. Like they're all they're three different things. They're support systems, but they're three different things, and not one thing is gonna help the other, if that makes sense. It's just
Different needs, different students. Different needs, yeah.
And we do have good diversity in that.
We do.
Thank you, Ms. Orozco.
All right.
Moving on to number 3. It is recommended that the board formally accept the recommendation of accreditation for the Bakersfield City School District. The analysis concluded that the district has maintained a high quality research-based vision for teaching and learning. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Who wants to second? Fuentes? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
I just was gonna say in discussion, like getting accredited is not a small feat.
No.
So thank you to all the people that put in the work on the documentation, because that is like.
If we can have Valerie and Mike Haven stand, because that's amazing. And their team is not here, but the teachers, the instructional specialists, and the program specialists that work and do so much work is phenomenal. So I just thank us another part.
It's a gargantuan task, and I think not having any recommendations for improvement really speaks to the level of quality of your team.
I think it's non-existent.
I'm gonna take a chance to brag on the team.
No, do it, do it.
I have to.
I think you should.
Because this is the first accreditation that I've gone through, because it's a 7-year cycle.
Right.
It was actually 8 years for us due to the commission kind of pushing some things back. But I sat in on the commission on the final, when we go to the commission and they make their final recommendation. And so I got to see all of the other districts and universities that were going through this process as well. Bakersfield City was the only one that met consistently without any stipulations. And the one thing that I will say, and just a shout out to the team of New Teacher Development, they said, please let your district administration and board know that this is a model, like the model program in the state of California. And so I'm very proud of the team and the work they've done, so kudos to them.
Congratulations.
Next, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna introduce the next.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just really excited. These, Lisa and Dusty are so amazing at what they do, and the work that they do with the kids and our staff is phenomenal. And so their robotics, they're going to be going over a presentation. They did it with us as an admin team last week. And so I'm just really excited. And then Dusty and Lisa always have these neat things, you know, and 3D things, and just amazing. My name tag is, I think Dusty made it, yeah. So just so many things that we can make and they can make and teach our kids is really cool. So Lisa and Dusty, thank you for being here.
Yeah, so these have been passed out, so these are just a little token of our appreciation. So Yeah, thank you all for letting us come here to speak about our awesome robotics program. My name is Dusty Whitman. This is Lisa Canales. We are program specialists of innovative learning here at BCSD, but we are also certified event partners with the Robotics Education and Competition Foundation, which is the organization that manages robotics competitions across the world. So we are certified to run these events. All right, so some history about our program. BCSD entered robotics in 2014 with 3 junior high schools, and they had to compete at a high school and middle school mixed competition because that's all that was available. As interest grew, a dedicated middle school league was formed in 2016, and all of our middle and junior high schools competed in that year and continue to do so. In 2019, Google hosted a girls-only event called Girl Powered, which was instrumental in launching and sustaining our successful girls robotics teams. 2022 found us in a bit of a predicament. The former event partner retired from their day job and handed us the keys to the current robotics league. We graciously accepted and have been running the league ever since. Our post-pandemic rebuild was strong, with downtown school qualifying for Worlds in 2023 and Chipman Junior High a year later. Also in 2024, last year, we expanded our program to include IQ robotics that started at 8 elementary schools. Those 8 elementary schools are now 15 schools in our IQ robotics league. So BCSD runs 2 leagues. We have the V5 league, which is at the top, and that serves our middle and junior high school students. Our schools comprise 30 teams and about 150 to 175 students across our 11 schools. This league also includes teams from Central California, with a total of 64 teams competing in our league this year. For our younger students, the IQ League currently has 38 BCSD teams and serves about 200 students from grades 3 through 8, including students with exceptional needs. The IQ League also includes teams from Central and Southern California.
All right, good evening. So shown here are a few photos from the past years of the V5 League. I'd like to call out a few, starting with the bottom left-hand corner. So this photo shows the league event held at Cato Middle School. As you can see, the bleachers in that picture are full, as most of the events usually are full. Also featured in the top center is an all-female robotics team, of which we have several of. In the bottom center is a photo of the World's Championship. It's the VEX Robotics largest stage, offering an electric atmosphere for all who attend. In the upper right-hand corner is a photo of the most recent Girl Powered event, where over 30 students traveled to Northern California for the weekend to build a robot and compete, igniting a love for engineering and building a sense of community. The teamwork and sense of ownership and pride can be seen in each of these photos. It's worth noting that in the 2 years that we have implemented the IQ League, there have been several students who have returned to their teams. I'd like to point out our MC in the upper left-hand corner. She's the one holding the microphone there. She is a former robotics student of Curran Middle School, and she currently attends West High. She's come back to volunteer for us, as has the referee, that is Jack, and he is a former alumni of Fletcher Elementary. So they have both come back to volunteer their time. And now we have a short video.
What I love about robotics is how we get to work together as a team and try to win. It's really fun.
During the robotics competitions, you feel like more competitive and you get to make more alliances.
It makes me feel happy and proud because I worked all the way up here. I know that my team helped me do this and I feel accomplished.
Most teams that are here started with one basic robot and have evolved because either they learned something, they solved something, and they learned how they could use it to their advantage.
It's fun. And if you like building, then join robotics is for you. It's very important to have access to programs like this because it helps me get the mindset of how to get better at things.
Robotics is really fun. All of you guys should join.
So the regular season runs September through February, and teams participate in league matches and tournaments participating in design, coding, teamwork, and strategic thinking. Key outcomes include participation for all, skill building, and early competition experiences that build confidence and readiness for higher levels. This pipeline aligns with district goals, gives broad access, rigorous competition, and real-world problem solving that evolves throughout the season. Our student inclusion efforts ensure students who may not be able to participate in traditional sports have a chance to be part of a team and have a sense of community. Implementing adaptive supports and accessible designs, we've created an environment where all students have the empowerment to contribute to design, coding, and competition. The league and state events would not be possible without the army of support we get from volunteers. Former robotics students enrich the program with institutional knowledge and help to build the capacity of volunteers and strengthen our community ties. Together, these pillars advance equity, safety, and a high-quality experience for students while leveraging community assets. The league expenses reflect the cost to run our regular season events. And as we are the event partners, there are no registration fees incurred for all BCSD teams, removing the financial barriers outside of the cost of equipment. With logistical and technical support being provided by BCSD staff, we can ensure a safe, well-run event with consistent quality. State expenditures are also minimal. We are proud to partner with Cal State Bakersfield for the second consecutive year. They have provided the Icardo Center, Wi-Fi, security, custodial services, and parking free of charge. Volunteers and community members are also used to support the state championship, continuing to provide leadership, fairness, and game expertise. This allows us to maximize participation and maintain program quality while building community within our league.
Looking ahead, our goals for both the V5 and IQ robotics programs are focused on growth, inclusivity, community, competitive success, and sustainability of volunteer and supporter networks. For the V5 robotics program, which again serves our middle and junior high schools, we plan to maintain full implementation across all schools. And for the robotics program, the IQ robotics program, which spans elementary and middle, we plan to expand into the 18 remaining elementary schools. We aim to increase student access, increase state and world qualifications, build capacity in our coaches, and continue to improve our legacy robotics programs at BCSD. We want to end with a message from one of my former robotics students from when I was a coach at Chipman. She's now a college graduate and was kind enough to pause on her way to Brazil to share her thoughts about her experience.
Hello, my name is Lisa Dell. I'm a recent graduate at UC Berkeley, and I'm a product of the Bakersfield public school system. When I think of my academic, personal, and professional journey, I reflect heavily on my time spent with the Chipman Junior High robotics team, primarily because of the space that this robotics team offered me to develop into the person that I am today. It was in this environment that I found the tools and the space to grow my ambition, develop an idea of what I wanted my life and my career to look like, and really practice these skills that I carry with me today of collaboration, of creativity, of problem solving, of critical thinking, all of which are foundational to any sort of successful person by whatever metrics that may be. I think it is incredibly vital to the future of our children that we continue to support and uplift these programs such as robotics, as well as encourage students to become engaged with the communities around them and their schools. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Just a comment. Thank you for my Christmas tree ornament.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a, I don't know, metal or whatever you want to do it, but there's a whole hanging on your tree.
A Christmas tree, yeah.
Perfect.
Christmas tree ornament. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much. It's a coaster. Coaster. I was thinking about drinks. Okay. Number 5. It is recommended that the administrative hearing panel's recommendations be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any discussion? Motion carries. Business Services, Assistant Superintendent Report, Ms. Gladden.
Good evening. Tonight, we have a couple of items coming before the board tonight that continues us along our journey towards meeting the California CARB regulations that are coming up, which require us to start transitioning towards zero-emission bus fleets. So tonight, previously, the board has signed a resolution authorizing the district to apply for grants towards this purpose. I am pleased to report that as of yesterday, we did receive a grant agreement that it's called ZESB, with a Z, Zero Emissions School Bus Incentive Grant, was approved, and our grant agreement covers $14.4 million towards this over $17 million cost, but it monumentally funds that process. So thank you for the board's support on allowing us to apply for that funding. Previously to tonight, we had an item that came before the board for the contract for the purchase of the EV charging stations that will allow us to charge the buses. Tonight, what's coming before the board is a contract for the installation of the charging stations. So two parts to the process of getting the infrastructure in place to be able to eventually purchase the buses and have the whole working fleet. This comes in two parts tonight. The first part is going to be a public hearing because we are declaring that there are energy savings that are equal to or greater than the cost of the installation, which allows us to take advantage of this government code to award the contract to A to Z Bus Sales, who is also the contracted provider for that we purchase the EV charging stations from. So first, there will be a public hearing tonight to give opportunity for the public to comment on our resolution. And then following the closure of the public hearing, the next item will be the contract with A to Z Bus Sales and the approval of the resolution that will come before the board. And then beyond that item, we have an informational item, but a very important item. The district has sold general obligation bonds in prior years to fund our modernization and new construction projects at our schools. As part of that process of selling bonds, the district is required to have a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, which we have and convenes. Mrs. Bauer has left, but she's actually a member representing the retiree population on our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. They meet and annually they prepare a report that gives the status of the amount spent and if there was any bond sales or activity during the year. And it touts that we had clean audits across the board on performance and financial audits for our bond oversight program. And so that's informational, but it's transparency and it's fulfilling obligations that the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee has continued to meet and that they have issued their report to find that the district has fully complied with our ballot language.
Thank you, Ms. Gladden. So now moving on to number 2, H2, public hearing for the adoption of the resolution 2026-06 for the proposed authorization and approval of the energy service contract with A-C Bus Sales Incorporated. The public hearing for the adoption of the resolution 2026-06 for the proposed authorization and approval of the energy service contract with A-C Bus Sales is now open at 8:40 p.m. Do we have any comments?
No.
Nope. Okay, the hearing is now closed at 8:40 p.m. The number 3, adoption of resolution for the authorized and approval of the energy service contract with A-Z Bus Sales Incorporated It is recommended that the resolution presented be adopted and approval be given to authorize execution of the energy service contract with A-Z Bus Cells Incorporated attached below. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? Motion carries. Number 4, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report. It is recommended that the annual report of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee be received as a matter of record. Do I have a motion?
Motion, accept.
Second?
This is Chris, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Human Resources Assistant Superintendent Report, and we have Mr. Havens present.
Yes, good evening. So tonight I have before you 2 resolutions. First, a resolution to reduce and or eliminate certificated child development positions, as well as another resolution to discontinue or eliminate classified position. In addition to that, I also have the classified human resources report, as well as the certificated human resources report for approval.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Havens. Or number 2, it is recommended that the resolution to reduce the number of certificated child development positions be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
This is Chris, I second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I would really like the opportunity to have discussion on some of these items.
Okay. Do you want
No, we'll
to
move
go
on
back
next
to
one.
number 2?
No, we already voted. No, it's fine.
Sir? Okay. Okay, it froze now. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Number 3. It is recommended that the resolution to discontinue, eliminate classified positions be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
So I had a couple of questions. I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about the lead bus driver position. That's a 12-month position. Is the position going away, or is it moving to a 10-month position? Or I guess I misunderstood because I thought that some of the jobs that were being eliminated were currently vacant. So I didn't totally understand. So that's why I'm asking like how the nature of this one job is changing, since it's the one we heard a lot about.
I can give you the overview, and then
Okay.
if Ms. Gladden wants to even add in the details with the lead school bus driver positions. Obviously in the resolution, the recommendation is to eliminate the 8 positions. One of those is currently vacant. So there is one vacancy. And so what would happen is these lead school bus driver positions, those individuals, they will revert back to their last previously held position, either as a school or school bus driver expanded duty.
So.
And it would be 12 month to 10 month, to answer your question also. It does move them from 12 month to 10 month.
So they would be demoted from a leadership position and go from 12 months to 10 months.
They would go from, that's correct, 12 month to 10 month.
And so is the pay decrease because of the 12 months to 10 month? Or is it also because of the change of assignment?
It's both. There's a slight decrease in the monthly, but obviously there's 2 months less overall pay. And to give you the exact difference, a school bus driver works 208 days, a lead bus driver works 261 days.
For these people that have been in these positions of leadership for sometimes many decades, are they, if there are positions that come back up for leadership, are they first on your list?
So we are always open to also in the summer, and Ms. Gladden may be able to speak to this a little bit in more detail, but I know that in the summer there are positions available for them to apply for those additional positions to drive in the summer.
So our summer programs and our summer school open up positions for those that want to work during the summer to apply for those positions. And then all of our bus routes are by seniority. And so our current employees that are our lead drivers all do have seniority within their department. The intention is not to decrease the total number of drivers, but to better reflect the need. The need right now is to have bus drivers. The team spoke to needing flexible drivers so that, when there are absences, to be able to plug them into the routes. We do have flex drivers, and we need school bus drivers that we can assign to permanent routes so that when we have parents that come and they want additional stops added or routes added, or we have additional SPED students or students that require specialized services, our need is in accommodating the bus routes and having flexibility to backfill. Our school program runs the 10 months of the school year. We have the summer assignments that specifically hire staff in for our summer school and our summer programs, but we do not operate a 12-month per year instructional program. And so the bus drivers being 12 months doesn't align to our instructional program. And additionally, there is a increase from the lead driver. It is not a supervisory position, but there's an increase from a school bus driver to a lead driver. And that represented at the time that the job description was created, the additional duties that were assigned to that position. But those additional duties that were above what a school bus driver or our expanded duty drivers do are absorbed within the office by Mrs. Tammy Roll and her staff and the supervisors. And so we find that we're carrying a position that does have an increased cost that doesn't support the actual operational needs of the department, and it has a longer work year than our instructional program actually calls for. And our current need is to have driver positions to assign to routes or flex drivers to be able to fill in.
It sounded like that's what they were doing though, from the way they described it. They were jumping in when there was 30 people absent on one day. So they're going to go on a regular route, or they're just going to be in a flex position in a different capacity under a different contract?
To keep in mind that we do have flex drivers, and so that is a role right now. So they're serving in that lower capacity because that's where the need is. This would allow that operational transition to take place to put the positions in the category where they're most needed.
So I had two more questions. One of them was, you said that they have seniority in choosing their routes, but do they have seniority to apply? Do they have preference to apply for summer jobs because of their seniority? Like, does that rank matter at all? Or if they want the work to make up the missed income, would their seniority benefit them at all?
So
I don't know how like the order of assignment works. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, Tam, you want to speak to your summer routes?
Yes, so summer routes, they have to sign up if they want the work, and they bid on the routes based upon seniority. So it would impact if they pick the longer routes sooner because they are higher ranked seniority drivers.
And then is there any opportunity for advancement for bus drivers if this goes away?
The advancement within the transportation department would be into a supervisory position if open and if they're eligible.
So no.
Well, there are supervisory positions within the transportation department, and there are drivers that promote into those positions, so.
And then like when they were saying that they are the ones who like support the bus monitors and the newer drivers, or they like do cleaning and inventory, that's the kind of stuff you mean that the supervisors will do now?
So we also have expanded duty drivers that are on the bus wash crew, and we have a bus wash crew. That is an assigned position. Inventory is a secretarial duty typically in most departments, and so that would be something that would be handled by the office staff. Lead drivers are not office staff.
Okay, Mr. Egger had a question?
Yeah, okay, so they're being reduced, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, so their hours are being reduced. from 12-month to 10-month and salary. So because they were 8-hour, 12 months, they will still get full benefits, even though they are only 12 months, because in their contract, it states if you reduce their hours, that their benefits stay. If you reduce hours because of lack of fun, lack of works, their out-of-pocket cost stays the same. Is that correct?
So you're mixing two different things there. So our bus drivers who are 10-month bus drivers, if they're full-time or they're over 7.5 hours, they do receive for their 10-month position fully paid district benefits.
Right.
The change from the 12-month to the 10-month isn't what changes that. What will change for these employees is because the lead driver position is being eliminated, they will move back to whatever their previous held position is. Some of these staff members have been expanded duty drivers, which are 8-hour positions, and so they'll fall back into that. It's an 8-hour position, their benefits are fully covered. Otherwise, if they fall back to a school bus driver, it depends on what our routes are that are designed next year and how many of the school bus driver routes are over 7.5 hours to qualify for the fully paid district benefits, and by their seniority when they bid into those routes, whether they get one that's 7.5 hours or above.
Right, but you're still, the contract states that you're still if a person doesn't have enough seniority, so you're guaranteeing that all those 8 people are high enough in seniority, their hours won't be reduced.
So these positions aren't being laid off. The position's being eliminated, but they have seniority rights to fall back into their previous position.
Right, but that's not what I'm asking. Into their
That's
position.
what the contract addresses.
No, the contract addresses the reduction because the bus drivers are different than, an instructional aide. So that would still be a reduction of their hours based on their seniority. So you're eliminating.
Mr. Eggert, I would like for Ms. Gladden and the superintendent to send us a copy of that contract and just to.
Okay, well, I respect that, but I would like to finish my thought. May I do that? Are you telling me I can't talk now?
I did not say that.
You did. You said bring it later. I was in the middle of trying to make my statement.
Go ahead, Mr. Eggert.
Thank you.
Conclude your comment.
Thank you. No, I think that's something to explore. I know that the district has never dealt with that issue in the contract before. It's one of those ones that was put in there in the 90s, and it's never come up. And it's one of those things that could be challenged.
Of course, and HR will follow whatever is in
Right.
the collective bargaining agreement as they follow through with this process, if the board should approve the resolution
Okay.
tonight.
And then I also have, no more comment, Don. Thank you.
I had one more question. It's actually on a different job classification. And it's totally just, again, curiosity. I know we created the youth service specialist driver because of the stupid law that people can't drive more than 10 hours of. Right. Thank you. Sorry. It has an official number. It's not a stupid law. Is that, I know we're doing better with attendance. Is that gonna cause any kind of like problems or
No.
are these empty positions? No, like I'm asking, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know that we were worried about that and it makes sense if we're not using them to get rid of them, but I just didn't know.
Yeah,
if
I don't
they're
have the
like-
exact numbers, but I do know that the youth services specialist driver positions are not driving students like we thought
Okay,
that we would
fair
need.
enough.
That's how it was explained to me, and so.
Our
yeah.
attendance our teams are, our teachers and our teams at the schools are doing a great job with attendance.
Yeah, I mean, I know that sometimes like office workers or like a assistant principal will go pick up a kid too.
Yeah.
But yes, I just
That's-
wasn't sure if
that's
that, like,
correct.
I remember why we created this and I wasn't sure if.
Right, it was
we
the new
ended up
law,
needing it
right?
or not,
Yes,
so.
exactly, the 40 hours.
Any more questions, comments? I just want to make a comment, just for the record, all the stuff that comes before the board or in an agenda, the information is received by the board on weekly updates that the board receives from the superintendent. There's information there on a weekly basis. I just wanted to put that out there.
May I make a point of order?
Go ahead, Mr. Eggert.
Thank you. Don't have to have an attitude, okay? You know, this is, remember, May, the end of May, and the comments you made, this is the same attitude and tone that you had then. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask the questions when I need to ask the questions. And just like before, when I was told, when I want to extend the assistant superintendent's contract by that superintendent, that I had the opportunity a week before. I'm sorry, this is a public forum. I have the ability to ask the questions because I need to educate myself and I need to educate the public to know the proper thing. If I'm gonna sit here and just rubber stamp and have you try to shut me down, honey, ain't gonna work.
I was just gonna say, I think it's good, like, some of the things that the public speakers brought up, and I think Ms. Gladden and transportation staff did a really good job of like clarifying how that's gonna work out, and I'm not sure all of that was clear in like our previous conversations or documentation, so I think it was a good conversation, because I got a lot more clarity that there were questions I wouldn't have thought to ask until we heard from the actual employees, so I think this was a good conversation, but it's late at night, so maybe we all.
Again, we attack problems, not people. Number 4, approval of the classified human resources report.
We have a motion, we still have to take a vote on.
Okay. It is recommended that the resolution to discontinue, eliminate classified positions be approved. Do I have a motion?
I think we had a motion in a second. I'm
Okay,
not sure.
just for the record, again,
Okay.
do I have a motion?
Yes.
Yes, a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Aye. Chris, are you a nay? I'm a nay. Okay. 2 nays.
2 nays and 3 yes. Motion passes. Number 4, approval of the classified human resources report. It is recommended that the classified human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve. This is Chris, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any discussion? Motion carries. Number 5, approval of the certificated human resources report. It is recommended that the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve. This is Chris, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? Motion carries. J, board policies. It is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 601.12, hate motivated behavior, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 1/27/26 be adopted.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Number 2.
Can I make a comment for that? I just
Sure.
feel like whenever we cover that, it's a good time to remind people about Sprigio too, just for complaints for
it's a
hate
great
motivated
point.
behavior. There's the uniform complaint paperwork, but also the district does have Sprigio for people that don't feel comfortable maybe calling the district or the school directly. They can go in and it anonymously reports directly to an administrator immediately. So I just want to encourage anybody who feels like they've been a victim. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone who feels as if they have something to report, just to remember that Sprigio, I think is a great app.
Where do they find that?
I've found it on the specific school website before, but
Some of the schools have like posters everywhere where they can do it, so that it's like a QR code.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna
But
say,
they can
QR.
also do a form, they can, almost, it's posted everywhere for the
Awesome.
kiddos.
Another way to get the information out there, especially if you want to remain anonymous.
Thank you, Ms. Malley. For number 2, it is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 605.07, student records, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 1/27/26, be adopted. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
So I had a quick question. There is no like master secret list of students who, like, I know that we added the language about people's immigration status. There's not like a secret list that exists of undocumented people that could be provided to anyone in, I don't know, maybe federal law enforcement, is there?
No.
Thank you. That's my only question.
And it clarified too that the only way anyone can be asked for their social is to qualify for a federal program. And even if that is not available, there are other ways to determine eligibility.
Correct.
Right. So this policy doesn't make the federal government's job easier to identify vulnerable people in our community at all.
Absolutely not.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Number 3, it is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 602.01, admission of students, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 1/27/25, be adopted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Number 4, it is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 606.14, response to immigration enforcement, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 1/27/25, be adopted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Second?
Second.
So I really want to talk about this one. Okay. Please let us talk about it. Does anyone else want to start?
I wanted to say, I know that Dr. Chris Kruzman and Dr. Flowenweider both spent a lot of time working on this to improve it, and I did go through it, and I was really pleased with the revisions that were made. I think it brought in the previous strengths of the previous document that we had, so I appreciate the work you put into it. I also would like to see the comments. So I was wondering if it's possible, if we do approve this, because I know we're on a timeline, if we can go back and look at the proposals that the Dolores Huerta Foundation had, and if we could in the future perhaps modify it again if we need to.
Sure, we can review.
Yeah, I would
those,
like to look at that, and I know we're not going to be able to do it tonight, but I want to make sure that we get the expertise from as many community organizations as possible. But thank you so much for putting that extra work in. It shows it's a vastly different document.
Yeah.
Any more discussion?
And I was just gonna say, like, I think some of the changing to receiving visitors, but also like outsiders or disruptors, I think that section, and was the section you were talking about, I really appreciate how it has changed and been updated in particular.
It's a lot more firm, like it's a lot, not as inviting, like, here's a way to get a tour.
So I would like to use this moment to talk about, though, we're setting the policy for what we legally expect and what we don't. Let's say tomorrow, the district office got a call that ICE was at one of our campuses. What would happen? Like, could you walk us through what would happen if you got that phone call tomorrow?
Yeah, so the call would come in whenever we get a call that law enforcement's attempting to take some kind of action, we get a call. So myself and David Manriquez as point people on that immediately drop whatever is happening at the moment and respond to the school in order to interface with the situation. So in the interim, the school will follow the protocols that are here. which are pretty consistent to the protocols that we've always had, which is they ask for the law enforcement officials to complete a particular form that we've had for years, which allows them to declare their reason for being present and their authority for whatever action it is that they wish to take. And then we, store those records. And then if there's anything that's off with that, we address it. If a warrant is presented, we would verify with, through ourselves and with our legal counsel that it's valid, to make sure that it's able for, to be executed. If it's a subpoena, we don't have to reply to subpoenas immediately. We have a set number of days by which to comply to that. So we would just receive that and thank them and excuse them at that time. Any request for records, there are no record requests allowed at school sites. You have to come down to the district office in order to request records, law enforcement or otherwise. So schools are trained by me every single year, very specifically. Anyone asks for records, you say go to student services.
I know the request too was to clarify in the exigent circumstances. I feel like this version did explain it better, and it was more forceful in saying that the superintendent needs to be contacted immediately. It was a little bit more vague in the previous, but I felt more comfortable with it. It was straight away, make sure that the top person knows.
And I also wanted to ask, I know that we protect minors because they're within our care, but we also have parent centers at all of our campuses. So what about those folks? Like what would happen if I showed up and tried to enter one of our parent centers? Would all the same protocols be followed?
Yeah, it's all the same. Again, there's one entry and exit generally to the school. That's for the school office. All people have to go and register through that office, including law enforcement. And we protect everyone on our campus, adults and children, staff and parents.
This is not a question for you, but is there a way that we could print the new version and make sure they have it before they leave today?
Sure.
If that's possible, sorry. Sorry, Madam President.
No, you're fine. Any more discussion?
You did such a good job, Dr. Philip-Whiter. Thank you for being patient with me.
It's a collective effort with the board's feedback and, just happy to serve the board in this capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Number 5, it is recommended that the proposed revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 606.14, response to immigration enforcement, administrative regulation, second reading, reviewed as a first reading on 1/27/25 be adopted. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Any discussion?
This is the letter that's sent home, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's essentially the same information, but just directly informing people of what their rights are and what to do in certain situations.
Correct. So
Okay.
we moved some of the operational things into the policy, again, based on our experience with CDE's expectation, and then backfilled in this other more informational message that we would share with parents into the AR.
How long will it take us to hear back from the CDE if they accept our policy revisions?
We will, following approval, we will prepare the document and upload it, and the superintendent will certify off that upload. We don't necessarily know that we will hear anything back from the CDE. No news is
good news.
Is no news. So if there's something, I'm sure we'll hear about it. I would expect that the next time we have a federal program monitoring review, it will be reviewed at that time as well.
Okay.
Just
FPM.
when we're on this topic, one thing that I want to remind people that I've reminded before again is just the importance of making sure that emergency contacts are updated and phone numbers. Phone numbers change for people all the time. And I don't think it's something that parents think about, but especially in immigration circumstances, very important to have, more than 1 or 2 people if possible on those emergency contacts in time of a crisis.
Yeah. I think that goes back to Laura's earlier point too, like we have people in face who are safe people that will keep things confidential and help you with that process.
Well, and just so you know, to add to that, we did start what we call the data confirmation process this year, where parents can actually go in and update their contacts from the comfort of their home. Through that process. So as a result of that, they wouldn't even have to come necessarily into the school to do that update, which again, it adds to some safety and security concerns for some of our
Pretty
parents.
user-friendly?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask another redundant question, but it feels relevant. Our wellness centers are also safe haven spaces, right? Because they're part of the district.
Every district facility is
Every
covered
building.
under
If
the.
people were here at the art show or at the board meeting, all of
Yes.
that, okay.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Number 6, revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 603.24. Married, pregnant, parenting students, first reading. This is just a discussion. Any discussion on this?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Eggert.
Looking through the policy and the parenting students, and it just indicates as a she, a female. What if it was a male student that was the father of the child that chose that time for child rearing? Would he receive the same under this provision? Because it really didn't state. It just, it dealt with it as it's a pregnant person.
Which particular portion are you referring to, or which benefit are you referring to?
Well, I mean, I just kept reading the policy, looking, and just where it gives you the 8 weeks after the child's born, but they can go longer by the doctor, and it's like, can the father request that 8 weeks?
Yeah, we would provide any supports for the father who wanted to bond with their child or anything in the same way we would do that generally like with an employee. Yes.
I think the reason it's written that way though is because it calls pregnancy a condition, which I kind of had a problem with at first, but then when I read it further, it explains that it's the conditions that come along with pregnancy. So it's making accommodations for somebody who's nauseous. So that would primarily have to do probably more with.
Well, I was looking at the afterwards.
Yeah. Okay.
The time
No,
after
I get
the
it.
baby
I get
with
it.
their child rearing. I was
Yes.
looking at that aspect.
No,
of it.
absolutely. They
Makes
need
sense.
equal support.
That's a good point.
Any more discussion? Okay, moving on to K, the consent agenda. It is recommended that the consent agenda be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
This is Chris, so moved.
Second?
Second.
Uh-oh.
Anthony.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Adjournment. It is recommended that the meeting be adjourned in memory of Dr. Irma Carson. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And the meeting is adjourned at 9:13 p.m.